Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Arturo Diaz from Chile in this sixth day of the Chilean Grand Prix 2015. Yesterday we had a very beautiful race that finally gives us that the general position of the competitors are Carlos Roca in first place with 30 points, Thomas Gostner in second place with 27 points, Rene Vidal in third position with 25 points. This is then a difference of 3 points between the first and the second, and 2 points between the second and the third. Jürgen Wenzel, 5 points down than that is 20 points. Alejandro Chanes, 18 points. Silverio de la Rosa, 9. Javier Gaude, 7. Phil Sturley, 7. Nicolás Becerra, 5. Gintas Sube, 5. And Andrés Errázuriz, 1 point. For today, we have a 356 kilometers task. This is the task that is beginning from Vitacura in this area, then a little north, and then just inside the mountains to Bronce. That is a very big mountain we have there in Rio Colorado. Then a straight line inside the mountain to Inca Lake, in which we will see the strategies, the possible strategies. Then to Laguna Cuadrada, then an outside point just in the valley that is called Sobrante. Then inside the mountains again, Rio Hidalgo, and then back to Termas de Colina, and then Vitacura. This last point, the position of the contest director and the task setter is for throwing the pilots to the valley a little bit, for they don't use then the upper system that today is going to be very strong. Back to the spider truck. We see that all pilots are already in flight. We have the 10 competitors in flight with their trackers working. We are 20 minutes to the start line is open. So I hope it's going to be a very beautiful race. This we have the forecast that I will show. Here we have the altitude, and here we have the wind. We have at 3,700 meters, 20 knots of wind. That is quite good, because that make a lot of turbulence inside the mountains, so it's unstable, and that's a very good situation for today. We have that at 4,700 meters, we have less 2 degrees, minus 2 degrees, and 20 knots. We see here that that at 14 hours the system was already working. At 15 hours it begins the race, and then at 17 hours is the best pass of the day. So we will see a very fast race in the upper system. We will come back then to the spider truck, and we will see the altitude they have. The task for today is this this first leg, a short leg of 12 kilometers, little north, then 44 kilometers inside the mountains, then 77 kilometers inside the mountains to Inca Lake. This point is Bronce. It's a big mountain we have there. We will gonna look at it and see how high is it. We are waiting for the point. Here is the point, and the mountain we have here is, this is the 3.8 is 4,000 meters, and as you see, the river is 1,400 meters up to 4,000 meters. So this mountain have 2,600 meters from the top to the river that is inside the creek. So it's very steep and give very good thermal. So, but pilots must arrive there first. We will continue with the big picture. Here we have the complete task. Then this is a 69 kilometers leg inside the mountains to Laguna Cuadrada. Then El Sobrante, that is a little bit in the valley. Then inside the mountains again. Then back to Rio Colina, that is a thermal waters that are in that place. And then back to Vitacura. In total, 355 kilometers. We will go then to the competitors for looking at what is happening with them. We have 2,200 meters altitude for the task. And we will check the altitude of each competitor. First, Alex Chanes, 3,500. That's very high altitude. Then Carlos Roca, 3,200 is ready to start. Jinta Sube, that yesterday got the 3rd place. He have no point at all until yesterday, the 5th day, and he obtained the 3rd place. So congratulations to Jinta Sube from Lithuania, that now is 3,200 meters. So he have 1,000 meters above the maximum start line altitude. Gaude is 3,600, quite strong day then. 3,600 meters also for Jürgen Benzel, 3,200 meters for Nicolás Becerra, the rookie of this competition. Phil Sturley is 3,100, quite high altitude also. 3,600 for René Vidal. De La Rosa is 3,400. And that's all. So we have and Thomas Gosner, the last one is 3600 also. So all of them have the enough altitude for start. We must wait until the competition begins. We are at 12 minutes from the start line. So this race will begin in a very short time. I will show you the strategy now, because this is a very tricky point, because of it's just inside the mountains. This is Santiago City, uh, is in the valley 700 meters, and we must go inside the mountains, where this is a 4,000 meters mountain altitude. So to arrive here, I was in between the competitors, and if you must make sure things are going to work, you go to the first point and then go to this valley that I will show you. Remember that from here we go this direction, but most of the pilots are going to take Los Españoles Ridge, and then here inside this mining, that is Disputada mining, and then through this route to the ski resorts that are in this area in Rio Molina, and then to the Kempo ridge. Is called Kempo with K, and then down here and straight ahead to the point, and after that to the Bronce mountain, that is a 4,000 meters mountain. And then the other possible strategy here is going from here just a little north here, and then cross to this, that is a hot point, and then to the ski resorts that in this part of here there are also hot points, and then into Kempo ridge, and then down. Those are the two strategies that are quite different, because the second one is straight ahead inside the mining, and then straight ahead inside. The other one is rounding by the north, that is more safe, that you are going to do the job. When you go inside straight ahead in this way and do not obtain the enough altitude, you're in a problem, because things are going to be very, very bad. We do this task in the national this year, and at least 1/3 of the pilots could not do this point. Like it is seemed the day today, I think that is not going to be possible. So both strategies are valid, and we will see it at 15 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes from the start, which are the division of the groups for doing the different strategies, or maybe they took all of them took one, choose one or the other one. That is going to be for the second point. This first point is a little bit just for make safe goggles, because if you throw them inside the mountains immediately, is an unsafe situation, because all of them will form too close goggles in this part that are not safe in that case. We have then, we are hearing the contest director that may announce the 10-minute we are at 13 minutes from the start, the 10-minute advice to the pilots. We see that everybody is going south now, is pointing south to the line, to the starting line. And we will check again for the altitudes before the start. Chanes 3000, Roca 2900, 3000 really, because it's very close. Jintas is 2900, Gaude 3000, Wenzel 3200, Nicolás Becerra 3100, Phil Sturley 2800. De la Rosa 3000, Gosner 3100. So we see every one of them are at least 800 meters above the maximum altitude for the start line. So they are quite close. We have Nicolás Becerra, the only one that is a little bit late in the Españoles Ridge, but probably he will put a lot of speed to make that distance that is about for 15 kilometers from the airfield, but he have 800 meters tolerance. We are then at 5 minutes to the start line. Only 5 minutes. 1 minute, 4 minutes more. They must be all be in the starting line. Let's see Nicolás Becerra, how speed he's coming south. He's 229 kilometers an hour. In a mini Nimbus, he's coming quite speed for that machine.
Attention. The start line will be open in 5 minutes. The maximum start altitude is 2200 meters QNH. Now, turns to the right are prohibited. Pilots be behind the start line in 4 minutes.
Those are the words of the contest director by the radio as official announcement. So we will see, I hope, a very fast race. We have a lot of different strategies that pilots can use during this race and to win the different chains of mountains that they must win. And I give you some features about that in a moment. And waiting for the start line, then we're gonna go to the third leg of this contest that are like this. Here we have Cerro El Plomo, that is a 5,600 meters high. This is the highest mountain around. Well, Tupungato is here. Tupungato is the higher mountain and is 6,600 meters here. But here, El Cerro El Plomo is only 5,600. And from this point, then, pilots can
line will be open in 3 minutes. Pilots must be behind the start line 2 minutes.
That is the 3 minutes announcement. I was explaining about the third leg for the contest, that pilots can go by this ridge. This is Olivares Ridge. Is one of the uh, most rivers in Chile are west, east west, but here is north south. So they can go by here and cross this gap that is about 5,000 meters high inside the Aconcagua River, and then to the Inca Lake Point. The other strategy is going a little by the west to the mining and then cross to.
The start line will be open in 2 minutes. Pilots must be behind the start line in 1 minute.
Yeah, okay. Well, we are at 2 minutes from the start. We will show that. Remember that the system have a 2 minute delay.
Line will be open in 1 minute.
We have the tracking system is Spider Track, and have a 2 minute delay. So everybody is there. We have the 10 pilots in competition in the area now, and we will see the start then.
The start line will be open in 30 seconds.
Now we will be the count from 10 seconds to 0 of the contest director is the radio transmission, that the one that are you going to hear.
In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
So the start line is already open, and we will see what happens in next refresh of the screen. Here comes. Then they are all in position. We must wait the 2 minutes delay, and then the race will start in the screens. We have everybody in the starting area. Let's see the altitude they have. Is Chanis 2200, Roca 23, Gintas 23, Gaude 24, Benzel 23, Becerra 22 and 76, Sturley 23, Vidal 23, De La Rosa 23, Gosner 24. So everybody in this time was with the correct altitude and trying to accelerate to cross the start line. They are pointing now, and now the race will start in the screen then with the delay we have. I will repeat the task then. The task is a 300 155 kilometers task. The day is a very long, it's a very long day. There, there in the screen comes this blue line that mean is coming the refreshing. There we have it. We have Sturley and Gaude that went a little at the back, and we have in the front Vidal, Roca, Benzel, De La Rosa, Chanes, Becerra. That is Gosner and Sube are a little back, and the last ones in start are Phil Sturley and Gaude. Let's see their altitude. If somebody fails here, Chanes 2100, Roca 2000, Zube 2100, Gaude 2400. We don't know. I think he made an error. Benzel 2000, Becerra 21, Sturley 23. He have not started yet. Vidal 2000, De La Rosa 2000, and Gosner 2100 and 85. Maybe he is quite close to the maximum altitude. So they are all running to the first point then, that is called Santa Martina. It's a golf resort that we have there inside the mountains and quite close to Santiago. And then is the one of the most trickiest things in the afternoon, that is the start third point strategy. I will repeat. We have the option of going inside the mountains up to here, that is a hot point, and then to the ski resorts, that is another hot point here, and then by the Kempo Ridge down. The other strategy, and more safe strategy in making sure that you are gonna do the job, is taking Españoles right here, and then from the north into the mining operations, and then the same. But that is very different, because one option is around here, and the other option is quite straight to this hot point is here, and then inside again. It's about 30 or 40 kilometers difference between both strategies. The longer one is safe in terms of making sure you're going to have the altitude for getting the mountains, but the other one, probably you will do it. We're waiting for the refresh then. Now we have that Gaude and Phil Sturley already start. They are all running to the north, excepting Nicolás Becerra, that is make a turn. Let his turn. He is using then the same thermal that he uses in the not quite close. In this thermal, he takes some altitude when he start, but now he is here. So let's continue with the rest and with the big picture. It seems they are all in gaggle, in a big gaggle, excepting Benzel. Excepting Benzel that is a little north. Let's see what is going to happen. They are taking altitude for going to the first point. For those pilots who have not heard the complete transmission, we says that the today contest is 3,356 kilometers, 356 kilometers, and is quite inside the mountains. So it's not an easy not an easy track, but it's a very strong day. Probably it's going to be big thermals. We are going to see big thermals here, and I will show you the big picture then. That is it. Then first leg here, second leg southeast, third leg quite to the north, fourth leg to the northeast, northwest, sorry, then a little leg having the pilots go in outside the mountains and inside the valley. Those are not very good valleys in the down altitude because they are too stable. Then south, a little inside the mountains, not too much, to Rio Hidalgo. Then along task to the south of 74 kilometers. This leg is 74 kilometers. And then 21 kilometers to Vitacura. That is the task. Let's see what is happening in the gaggle. We are at 10 minutes of knowing the strategies pilots are going to use. It will depend also in the clouds they see in the sky. Here from the transmission room, the clouds are a lot of clouds, but not just inside the mountains and close to Argentinian border. In the valley, there is no cloud at all. So let's see how the goggle works in terms of gaining altitude. 2200 for Chanes, 2600 for Roca. Roca, very good climbing. 26 for Ginta Sube, 23 for Javier Gaude, 22 for Jürgen Benzel, 25 for Nicolás Becerra, 24 for Phil Sturley, 23 for René, 24 for Silverio de la Rosa, and 26 for Gosner. So all of them have gained altitude and they are pushing now to Laboratorio, that is the near hot point in where they are going to take more altitude for doing the decide which strategy they are going to take. This is laboratory, which I'm pointing in the screen. In the upper part of laboratory, I will show you the altitude of the mountains there. is this is 2,800 meters, so this is quite close to the 300 meters. And this is the 2,800 meters gap for going inside. And so here is the laboratory. Everyone is arriving laboratory, and the gap I show you is here. And in that place, all of gliders are going to do the same task. Or maybe here in this bowl is going to be a good thermal, and they can go a little higher in this 3,000 meters ridge or mountain, and then will decide if they go north all the way around or just cross to the mining operation that are these ones. We will see, I think we will see both strategies, and we will see which of them is gonna win. This is the 6th day of the Chilean Grand Prix. We have had very good races, very tricky really, because not we have not one day that everybody have done the complete task. Always are pilots that could not do the complete task. So let's see when uh, let's see when the refresh comes, what is happening. Probably we will see a new goggle. I maybe here or maybe here. I'm guessing that those are the hottest point in the area. Here, this line means we have a refresh, and there it is, the refresh. We have a big goggle here, Benzel a little north, and Becerra a little inside. So we must wait until then, take altitude in the goggle for looking what is going to happen. Alfa y Coico. Alfa y Coico. Y el alfa, pa, 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 pa. We are waiting then the gliders in the goggle for next refresh. Let's see the altitude. Chanes is 2,300, Roca is 2,900, Jintas 2,500, Gaude 2,300, Benzel 2,300, Nicolás Becerra 2,900, he's the upper one, Sturley 2,700, Vidal 2,700, same as Becerra, De La Rosa 3,000, he's the most up in altitude, and Gosner is 300 also, 3,000 also, sorry, 3,000. So new refresh. and they all did the first point, and they are going to the thermal here, and they will decide if they go north and go the safe but longer track, or they jump just here inside here and right into the mining operation. But this this ridge or this lagoon here is going to be uh, overflight as from the north or from the west. This is what we are going to see in a moment. I have not all the information about the clouds in the area, but I think is quite in blue. But we must wait now. Here comes the next refresh. Okay, we have them. Roca is in the place where he must decide if Españoles or inside. I think that Roca last time did it in the long way, so I think he's going to repeat that. But we don't know what is going to happen with the other ones. We'll check the altitude of everybody. 2400 for Chanis, 3000 for Roca, 25 for Quinta Sube, 2700 for Gaude, 2600 for Wenzel, 2900 for Becerra, 2700 for Sturley, 3000 for Rene, and 3100 for De La Rosa, and 2900 for Gosner. So they are at the same altitude. We must see then what is going to happen with the strategy here. It seems nobody is jumping directly. Everybody is using the long way. We don't know yet that information, because the deciding point is where Roca is now, and he's in front. So we are not clear of what about the decision is going to be. There comes the refresh. So everybody go north. With Roca on front, René Vidal second, Nicolás Becerra third, De La Rosa fourth, Sturley 5. This one is Zube 5th, Gosner 6th, and Javier Gaude 7th. Those are the running pilots in the Españoles Ridge. So they are going to go this side, and then they can go probably inside this creek. Is the best situation. They can jump also here or here. Probably here is the most probably jump they are gonna do. That's when we're gonna see it in 5 minutes. Wenzel and Chanes are in the back positions. Let's see if one of these two take the short. That's gonna. I prefer that somebody do that, because of it will give him the option of of winning the other ones that are doing the long track. There you see, the point is here, but all of them are going north. That's why, because it's a very tricky point. Wow, we see that Chanes is pointing right inside the right inside the mining. It seems like that is gonna what he doing. We will see it. They are climbing something. Maybe they do a goggle, and as I says, the 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 jumping, they must do it here and go by the ridge, or they may do it here and go to this ridge and here. That is probably what Roca is gonna do. After that, he will cross this side and go to this ridge to the south. Let's see Chanes and Benzel altitude because they are the last ones. Benzel is 2800 and Chanes is 27, no, 28 practically. So, but they are doing the job very fast. It seems, as the forecast says, a very strong day. This is the Chilean Grand Prix 2015. This is the day 6 task of 356 kilometers. It's a race inside the mountains. They may cross a lot of gaps and chains and rivers and valleys. So but I think it's going to be a fast race because the day is, it seems very strong. Yeah, here we see then that Chanes choose uh, the short road, and all the gaggle is in the north trying to climb, and Wenzel is in the tail going north. I will see Chanes altitude is to 700s. Roca is 3386. That is quite 3400. Zube is 2700. Gaude is 32, 33. 33. Benzel is 300, 3000. Becerra is 3000. Sturley is 2951. Rene is 3400, good altitude. De La Rosa is 3400 as Vidal, and Gosnell is 3000. So Vidal and De La Rosa are the highest one, with Roca also. We will see. If Chanes goes this place and got a good hot point, he will win all the other ones. And Wenzel is just going in the tail, choosing the safer route for arriving to the south point. We have refreshed then. We are there clearly in a gaggle. In Españoles Ridge, Wenzel is arriving to the gaggle, and Chanes took the short road, and it's a little bit to the south. That is the picture. I will This option of really having the they are trying to do this leg, but the tricky of the area makes that everybody goes, look, this distance is about 20 kilometers north and then inside for coming back. So that means 40 kilometers more than what they need if they go straight ahead into the interior as Chanes. So Chanes is gambling, and probably he will win if the day is very strong from the lower levels. He's gambling that. If not, he is on a problem because he will lose a lot of time in coming in. Then we will see that. Uh, we will know that in 15 minutes. The refresh is coming in, and probably we will have some one of them going south. Okay. The the gaggle is ended. Then they are all pointing inside. I will repeat, they have the option of coming in through this ridge or make a little longer jump and go by this ridge to the south. And we will check then the altitudes. Chanes is 2,577 meters, quite low. Roca is 3,600. Zube is 3,400. Gaude is 3,500. Benzel is 3,300. Becerra is 3,300. Sturley is 3,400. Rene is 3,600. De la Rosa is 3,600. And Gosner is 36, quite 3,600. So they are all in the same area. They are all together, excepting Chanes, that is doing the shortest way is reasonable to do. Next refresh, we are going to have pilots going south then and see if Chanes engage something in the in that hot point he's in now. So we are waiting for next refresh. They continue climbing. Let's see. Nobody is going north yet, and Chanes is he could not get the hot point there, and he is going a little south. We will zoom that area. He's probably he's not a good altitude in the area. There is Llano Javier, is a flat highland here. And he's at, it's lower, he's 2,500. So he went there, he's trying to get, and he have not engaged anything. The other ones are in this area. Let's see the altitudes then again, or we will see first the position. So nobody have jumped south, but is coming next refresh. We see that Ginta Sube get inside already, and Wenzel is going more north. I don't know why he's going there, but De La Rosa and Gaude went a little north. Roca and Vidal already jumped to the south. So the only ones that have jumped the south are Vidal and Roca. Gosner is climbing yet. Wenzel went more north again. Gaude and De La Rosa, probably there is a big cloud there because there is no other explanation of why they go so north. And Becerra is flying the ridge. Zube is already south. Let's see his altitude. He's 3,700. Very good altitude. And let's see, Roca altitude is 35. Gaude is 36. Wenzel is 36. Becerra is 35. Sturley 35. René Vidal 35. De La Rosa 36.6. That's very good. And Gosner 36.45. Well, things are going on, and we see that Chanes is the only one. He's in the front now, really, but he's low altitude. It is 2,300, so he's 1,000 meters lower than Roca and Vidal that already jump inside the valley and they go for him. New refresh. Let's see. There is the mining. Zube is arriving to the hot point that is this one. Roca is already crossing the valley to this ridge. René Vidal and Phil Sturley are close and on top of the summit of this ridge. Gosner is coming behind. Wenzel is already jumping. De La Rosa also, and Becerra is thinking in jump. Gaude is already have finished climbing there in his thermal and is coming south. So the big picture, we have, look how strange look this situation. Pilots make this point and then they went 20 or 25, maybe 30 kilometers north for going inside the mountains and go to this point. People may ask why they don't go in straight line. And the answer is that this is a 3,000 point, and this is a 1,017 meters point. So from here to here, there are no very good conditions for climbing 2,500 meters you need to go in. That's why they go all this way. We have new refreshes coming. Here in the upper part of the screen is that yellow line that is growing, and we have, let's analyze what is happening and which altitude do they have. Sturley, Vidal, and Roca are in the mining ridge. Zube is climbing in the hot point. Maybe there is a cloud there. Gosner is climbing there. That is a very good point also. Wenzel is trying to get a little inside. Nicolás Becerra is a little bit outside. trying to climb there, and must be a thermal there or something like that, because why he is so um, away from the ridge, that this is the summit ridge. I don't know, I don't understand. And Chanes, let's see the local Chanes, how things are working for him. He is crossing south at low altitude. Let's see his altitude. He's 26,000. It's not too bad. Maybe he's climbing. Um, we will see that, because maybe he's climbing very good there. Let's see. Let's see his truck. Those are the ski resort roads there. And Chanes is climbing here. Let's see his performance. In this point, he have 2,470 meters, and by now he have 2,595. So 100 meters more he have gained in this 4 points. New refresh, Chanes is 2581. And the rest, they are coming quite fast to the south. We have Jinta Sube that is doing a quite similar road or track up to where Chanes is, and Roca Vidal Stoeli are, I think, in the first place of the race because they have a lot of altitude. Chanes is 2,600 and Roca is coming with 36. So he have 1,000 meters more of energy. Chanes is 2581, is 26, Roca 36, Zube 33. He's in good position. Gaude 37, he's just jumping inside the valley. Benzel is 4,000. He's the most highest pilot by this moment. He have climbed a lot. Becerra is 3,400. Phil Sturley is 3,300 in the mining. Rene is 3,600. He's just going inside, just crossing the second ridge he must win. De La Rosa is 3,400 and Thomas Gosner is 3,600. They are running south then. And here is the result. When these guys are together, we will see their altitudes and we will see which strategy is better. Jinta Sube is doing, if you see the picture, it seems that Jintas is winning because he's at the minus distance from the point. Now he's quite the same of Chanes. But Roca have 1,000, Roca and Vidal and this group that is coming from the south, from the north, have gained 1,000 meters more of energy. So they are all fighting for the third point. For the second point. Everybody got already the first point. And we will see what happens when they turn north again. We are waiting for the refresh now and see the interesting thing is what happened with Roca and Chanes here. Okay, we have it. Jinta Sube is quite going to the south. There is a hot point where maybe he's gonna turn, and we have Roca quite close to Chanes. Let's see the altitude differences. I will see the picture. There, Roca is leaving to this ridge that is called Kempo, Cordón del Kempo. That is the word, the correct word for this ridge. And Alex Chanes is also crossing the river to this point. This is a quite good ridge. As you see, lines are very close each other. It's a very steep ridge in from here up uh, to the summit. Then the altitude of Chanes is 27, 21, and Roca is 36, 72. So one 900 meters difference between these two pilots. Nicolas Becerra is in the tail now. He have not yet done the jump inside from Los Españoles into the mining area. And let's see the altitude then of everybody. 27 for Chanes, 36 for Roca, 3,000 for Jintas, 37 for Gaude, 4,300 meters for Benzel. He is quite high. Nicolás Becerra is 3,500. Phil Sturley 3,400. René Vidal 3,400. De la Rosa 3,400. Gosner 3,600. So they are quite the same altitude. Roca arrived to the ridge. Chanes is trying to climb there. Remember that it's 900 meters between these two pilots. Gosner, Phil Sturley and Gosner are coming. Wenzel is on top of the mining there. De la Rosa and Gaude are flying through the ridge, and Wenzel is flying through the summit of the ridge, which makes quite difference. And at the back, Becerra does not still is jumping. So that is the actual situation that gives Zube the first position because he is closer to waypoint number 2 that is called Bronce, and maybe he's climbing there. We have refresh. See Jintas Zube altitude. He is 32. He have climbed 300 meters. He is in a thermal then. and Roca is already going to Bronce. Bronce is a very good mountain. It's a hot point, so pilots will go there. Maybe they can take some altitude, and then comes the uh, the second decision in strategy. That means that um, this is the no, the third waypoint. This is the second one. This one is a 4,600 meters barrier. It's very high with big glaciers there. And the options are one for the left, going inside Olivares, East Ridge, this way, all there to the gap there, and straight ahead to the point. That is the best option, but not everybody is going to take that option. The other option is coming back to the same barrier inside the mining, and then by this area here, climb a little bit here, and then go to Inca Lake point. We see that Jinta Zube is approaching to the point. Let's see his altitude. We are going to refresh every altitude. Chanes is 27. He's climbing. Roca is 34. Zube is 34. Gaude is 36. 36. Benzel is 39. He's very high. He's the highest competitor, the highest altitude competitor by this moment. Becerra is 32. He already jumped. Sturley is 32. Rene is 35. Silverio de la Rosa is 33. And Thomas Gosner is 35. So most of them have taken the same strategy, excepting Zube and Chanes. And it seems that Zube is best strategy. So waiting for next refresh, and then see the what they are going to do, if they are going to go by the Olivares Ridge or by the mining ridge. That is the difference. We have refreshed now. We see that Quinta Sube is quite close to the turn point. He's number one in this moment. We see that Rene Vidal and Carlos Roca are climbing there before jumping this deep valley in the north, and all the other ones are arriving to that point. Becerra is now coming down inside the mining Disputada mining area. That is the name of that mining operation. I will repeat it, is Disputada. And Jintas is, let's say, altitude between Roca and Vidal and Jintas Sube. Jintas is 3,300 and Vidal is is 3400. So it's very solid the position of Jintas. He have done a very good strategy because he's only 100 meters less than Rene. Alex Chanes, let's see, is the other one that choose another strategy. We have refresh in this moment. We have Jintas in first place because he did the point. Good for Jintas. He's a brave man. Um, he's very tenacious, as we says to him. We have then a gaggle now here that we will check the altitude. Chanes, 2900. Roca, 3600. Jintas, 3000, sorry. Benzel, 3600. Becerra, Becerra is 3400. Sturley, 3400. Rene, 3900. Wow. De La Rosa, 3200. And Gosner, 3500. Good. It's a fast race. They are climbing there until the cross, and we will see what happens. Jintas now is pointing north. We will see how he did the point. No, por abajo. So Jintas sube. It is not inside the turn here, but probably in the IGC is he will have it inside. Probably he do this one. This is the difference, the 1 kilometer, the 1 kilometer difference that the system marks. So probably he did it. We have refresh now. Dime, Nan, que estoy transmitiendo. Yeah, Becerra is in the mining. Zube went a little northeast for climbing. Probably he's going to climb there. And the other ones are in a gaggle that are before climbing because they want uh, probably to have the most altitude to arrive here, because if you take this bronze mountain at the highest position, as you arrive, you will get the best form, engage the tumult. So, and Nicolas Becerra is just in the mining. Let's see that gaggle. Here is the gap that Chanes yet do not win. There is a 3,000 meters gap. It's quite high. And the gaggle, in the gaggle are so we have refresh. They have now crossing the river. I repeat, this is a very deep creek of 2,400 meters deep from this point that is the summit until the river that is in the lowest part of the creek. Jinta Sube is trying um, to climb there, and we will see then the altitudes. 3,000 for Chanes, 3,700 for Roca. Jintas is 2,800. So between Roca and Zube is 1,000 meters difference. Very quite big. Gaude is 33,000. Benzel is 37. Nicolás Becerra is 35. Phil Stolly 37. René 37. De la Rosa 33. Gosner 36. Those are the positions. And the big picture now, Becerra is crossing, De la Rosa is in Valle Nevado, Chanes is climbing there, and they are already in the point. Let's see, we have refresh, and we see that Sturley have not crossed yet. Gaude is crossing. Nicolás Becerra is proximate to Farellones, that is the ski resorts. And let's see, now we will see which is the strategy that they are going to take in Bronce Mountain. I remember that the first one that arrives here is Jinta Sube, that by this moment have 26,000, and that the upper, the pilot that have the most big altitude in this moment is Roca with 3,600. So probably they all gonna climb in Bronce, and we will see then if the strategy is gonna take Olivares River or Disputada mining area for going south. I will repeat that. The strategy from Olivares River is this one, to take this ridge north and then cross the gap that is 5,000 meters. They need 5,000 to cross the gap here. That is a very high altitude. Remember that they have 36 in this moment, so they must climb somewhere here. The other strategy is going the same way back up to the mining and then cross the lower gap that is 4,000 in that point. So they must win a very big chain of mountains to the north. We have refresh now. Let's see if they are going to climb or they are going to run. Chanes already crossed the summit here, and we have a gaggle in El Bronce Mountain, and that gaggle means that the thermal is there and they are going to climb. Let's see the altitudes. Chanes 29, Roca 37 and 86, Jintas 27. Between Jintas then and Roca that are together, we have 1,000 meters difference between the gaggle and Jinta Sube that is quite near them. Gaude is 33, Benzel is 37. He already is in the gaggle. So 37. Benzel is the most big altitude in the competitors now. Nicolás Becerra is 36. Phil Sturley is 37.94 before crossing the river up to the point. Rene is 37. De la Rosa is 34. And Thomas Gosner is 34. So we are in a very good moment. Here in the screen, we can see how how they take the decision because, as I told you, from here, that is the first waypoint to the second waypoint. Why do they don't go straight ahead and they do this big round inside the mountain? Is because here you need 400 meters. That is the reason. 4,000. Sorry, I said 400. 4,000 meters. Um, we have refresh. Let's see if somebody is jumping now. Not. They are all in the goggle. And Chanis, let's see what Chanis is doing. Okay, we have it there. He's climbing now. We're gonna do a zoom in his flight because it's an interesting flight because he is the only one that chooses the low levels. He's 3,400 meters before jumping the other side of the river. Remember that goggle is around here. So he needs about 700 meters more plus what you need to cross for uh, having the other ones. So we are in a moment that in which we have a gaggle that is very high, 3,700 meters average of them in altitude, and they are trying to get the most big altitude possible for choosing his strategy. If they are going this way or they are going through the Disputada mining. There we have the decisions already taken. Benzel is quite the first one in take the decision and go inside the ridge. The other ones are climbing in the goggle yet. Becerra is coming. Chanes already is crossing the river. Remember that he needs 700 meters more. And Chanes, let's see what Gintas did because he is the one that first arrived to the point. He's 2.6 now. Not very good altitude. Have not been a very good strategy arriving in the lowest level there because he's 1,000 meters lower than all the goggle is there in this moment. So wait for the first for next refresh then.
Okay, good afternoon to all the international community that is following the Chilean Sailplane Grand Prix. This is Alfonso Soto speaking, the director of the contest. I will continue now the transmission since Arturo is going to have a break. Okay, so he was looking at the strategies after the southern point, which is Bronze Mountain. And we can see that Jürgen Benzel has decided to follow the Olivares Ridge by the east side and is followed now by René Vidal that is doing the same.
So let's see what's the altitude that Jürgen Wenzel has now. He's 3,700 meters. So he will take the ridge and try to get higher along the ridge. So and René Vidal, that is seems that is yes has already made the same decision. Is 3,987 meters, so it's about 200 meters above Jürgen Wenzel, at making the same decision as following the Olivares Ridge. The other pilots in the goggle, it seems that they are still there. Okay, Carlos Roga has already made the decision too. So let's see at what altitude he is living. He is higher. He is at 4,200 meters, and so he is in a very good position to follow the ridge north. And De La Rosa, it seems that he has decided to follow the other strategy, that going by the west side of Olivares River. So let's see his track. No, he's still going south. De La Rosa is still going south to mark up the Bronze turn point. So he's not going back. Uh, Alex Chanes, remember that he arrived much lower than the others, and he is still very low at 2,700 meters, and the one that was very low was Jinta Sube, and he's still very low, lower than before. He's at 2,400 meters right now, trying to find something there. This is a very tricky point. The Bronze Mountain, if you don't arrive at the correct altitude, it's very difficult to get higher there. You can lose half an hour or an hour probably trying to get higher, and you will go around north, south, east, west, trying to get more altitude there. So it's very important on the strategy of the pilots to arrive to that point at the correct height in order to get higher and then be able to go back either by the west side of Olivares River or by the east side. So we will see in a few minutes what's going on with Jinta Sube and Alex Chanes, that are flying 1,000 meters below the others. In the front position right now, we can see Wenzel. So far, we can see Wenzel, Vidal, and Roca just following the east side of the Olivares River. So we will see what happens when they follow the ridge north in the next minutes. Phil Sturley and Thomas Gosner. Okay, Phil Sturley and Thomas Gosner, they have also decided the same strategy, and they are going to the east side of Olivares. So it seems that the conditions there is very good. They have good clouds there. Uh, the Met for today was saying that the the cloud base was going to be around 4,700 meters is in this area, and going north on this area, the clouds are going to be around 5,400 meters. So that's the reason, probably because they decided to go by the east side of the Olivares River. Let's see what's doing Chinese. Chinese is already at mark up the turn point, and he is going in that direction, east direction at 2,600 meters, but it's not enough to continue going north. Nicolas Becerra is in the back. is at 3,400 meters, almost 35. So he is almost in a good position right now to jump the Colorado River here and go to the turn point. De La Rosa is also arriving now to the turn point at 3,300 meters. So he's in a good position to get higher when he arrives. And Gaude is the next one. We are getting a refresh now. Gaude is at 3,500 meters flying over the turn point. So he already get the hot point there, and he will try to get higher before he continue going north. Jinta Sube, he came back to the north side of Colorado River. So he decided he didn't have enough height here, so he didn't get the hot point that I told you that it's very difficult to get it when you get low here, the same as Chanes. And both, it seems that have decided to leave the Bronze mountain and they are going north. Chanes is trying to get higher on the Olivares east side, and Jinta Sube is coming back this in the same way that he got the turn point by the west side of the the Olivares River. So, and the La Rosa is is now living, I think, or is around the area of the turn point at 3,200 meters. So we will see in the next minutes what has been his decision, either to go by the east side of Olivares River or west side. Okay. So we're waiting for the next refresh now. And we can see that Jürgen Wenzel is right so far in the first position at and we will see the altitudes. Jürgen Wenzel in the first position at 4,300 meters. So you can see that he entered here at 3,500 meters and he is already going up on this big ridge and he is already at 4,300 meters. Behind him is Roca at almost 4,302. René Vidal is also at 4,200 meters. So Jürgen Wenzel, Roca and Vidal are the first three in the competition today, and they are almost 42 or 4,300 meters already. And in the back of them are Thomas Gosner, and Phil Sturley. So let's see what altitudes they have. Thomas Gosner is at 38 already, and Phil Sturley is at 38 also. So they are both flying already the ridge north at 3,800 meters. And Chanes is already at the west side of the beginning of Olivares River in this area, trying to get higher there. And Jinta Sube, the same, is on the west side of the river and he crossed the Colorado River and he is trying to get higher there. Javier Gaude and De La Rosa are still on the turn point, and Nicolas Becerra is just crossing south the Colorado River to go to the Bronze turn point. So they are all in race so far, and we will see what's happened with the pilots that are leading the competition today. We can see that the first group of three pilots, Jürgen, Wenzel, Vidal, and Roca, are flying very close to each other, following the ridge, and they will be arriving to this area, which is called Solari or La Peineta Hill, and on that area they will be able to climb very fast, up to more than 5,000 meters probably. Was is That is the best altitude to continue north and cross the the gate here at the end of the Olivares River. Let's see in the meantime what's going on with Chanes. Chanes is still at 2,800 meters, and Jintas Sube. Oh, Jintas is in a very uncomfortable position now. He is at 24, almost 2,400 meters, which is not a good altitude to continue north. So he will have to get something around here, or either to come back by the same way that he followed when he was going south. And on this area there is also a hot point that he already got it when he was going south. So if he decided to go to this point, he will be able to get at least 33 or 3,400 meters, and that will allow him to continue by these ridges going north and go by outside of the copper mining there. But he will have to make some decision very soon. Okay, Nicolás Becerra is already at 3,700 meters, so he will very soon have to make a decision if he continue by the Olivares River, the east side of Olivares River, or go back by the west side. And Silverio de la Rosa is already at 2,800 meters, so he is very low. He didn't pick up the hot point here, and he will be also in trouble trying to get higher. The other one that is in that area is Javier Gaude. He is already at 3,800 meters, very similar as the altitude that Nicolás Becerra. So they both have to decide what to do in the next minute. Alex Chanes, it seems that he decided to continue going west to this point here and see. Let's see at what altitude he is. He still is at 2,800 meters. So he has been going around and around here, but he didn't get any more altitude. He's still at 2,800 meters. And De La Rosa, we see that he is going west now, and he will have to decide around here if he cross the river and try to get a hot point around the other side of the river, or he will go outside and do a very low way back. Okay, let's see then what's happening with the first ones, the three pilots that are flying very close together at the first places of the race today. We see here now Rene Vidal on the first place with 4,500 meters. Carlos Roca with 4,900 meters, and Jürgen Wenzel with 48. So Carlos Roca so far is the one that is higher on that area. And coming very close to them is Thomas Gosner and Phil Sturley. Jürgen Wenzel is again at the first place with 4,800, almost 4,800 meters. And René Vidal is 4,900 meters now, and Carlos Roca almost 4,800 meters too. So they are following the ridge north, and they will try to get higher around this area here to cross either with the 48 or 4,800 meters. They are able to cross the gap here, but it will be better if they get higher on the ridge before they reach the gate. So Thomas Gosner is already following the first three positions. He is already almost at 4,900 meters in a very comfortable position following the ridge. And let's see what's going on with Phil Starley. It seems that he changed his decision. Yes, he was at 3,700 meters on this area, and he probably felt uncomfortable flying at that altitude on that ridge because remember that this is a very deep creek of about 2,000 meters between the river and the top of the ridge. And he decided then to go back, and he is now at 3,400 meters going back. And so he would probably decide to cross the Olivares River and go back by the west side, where he will have to go through the copper mine. So already we have 4 pilots following the Olivares River north, going north. This is Jürgen Wenzel. That's we can show him in the first position, René Vidal in second position, Roca in third position, and Thomas Gosner fourth position. The other ones, Phil Starley is coming back, south by the Olivares River. Alex Chanes, it seems that it has to get something better now. Let's see his altitude. Yes, Alex Chanes is at 3,000 meters now, and he will go definitely by the west side of Olivares Rivers, and he will continue north there. Jinta Sube, let's see at what altitude is he now. is almost 2,600 meters. So he has been working around there without getting anything important. And Javier Gaude and Nicolás Becerra are still at the Bronce area trying to get something there. And De La Rosa, that lost altitude at the Bronce, he decided to start going west. And if he is still going west, let's see his track. Yes, he is already at 1,700 meters going west. And this point here, you can see, is Vizcachas, which is the outside turn point of the Maipo River. So he will have to get Vizcachas and then go through the San Ramon Ridge to Vitacura. I don't know if he is going to decide to abandon the race today and go directly to Vitacura, or even he will try to get higher again and make the whole task starting from zero. So in the next few minutes, we will see what will be the decision of De La Rosa. But as you can see, as I said before, the arrival altitude that you have to arrive to the bronze turn point is very critical. And if you arrive below 3,200 meters there, it's very difficult to get higher. But above that altitude, you can get the hot turn point, the hot points that you have around, and go higher to continue in the race. Javier Gaude has already left the turn point, and it seems that he will decide to go by the west side of Olivares River. And Nicolás Becerra is going now to the ridge of Olivares East, and he will meet there Phil Sterling, that is still flying the south area of Olivares at 3,500 meters. He's trying to get probably more altitude around there, either to continue and try again going by the Olivares East, or getting some more altitude to cross the river and go back north by the west side. So this is a very interesting race today, where the decisions that pilots are making in some critical points of the race are very important to continue in either in the race or to continue trying to get the first places in the competition. We can see that Jürgen Wenzel now is in the area of the glaciers of at the end of the river. And let's see his altitude. He is in the first place right now, crossing that area at 5,300 meters. Remember, I said before that following this ridge, they were going to get more than 5,000 meters in this area before crossing the gate at the end of the north part of the river. So he is already at 5,300 meters. And let's see what altitudes have the other competitors that are following him, Carlos Roca and René Vidal. Carlos Roca is already at 54, almost 5,500 meters, 5,500 meters, and René Vidal is at 5,600 meters. So they have all climbed very high at the end of the ridge to cross the gate. So at that altitude, what is going to happen is that they will follow a straightforward this ridge here at the left side of the Juncal mountain, then the Alto Los Leones mountain, and then follow straight forward to Inca Lake. This is Inca Lake I am showing you. I will make some zooming here. So this is the Inca Lake where we have a Portillo ski resort is here, and this is the turn point Inca Lake. And so they will follow a straightforward with that altitude. You can see that they are following these ridges here, and this ridge will go straight forward. I'm waiting for a refresh now. They will follow a straight forward to the turn point, and they either continue by the ridge of the west side of the Inca Lake and crossing the gap of Parva Hill here to continue north, or they will get straight forward through this ridge at the west side here and following the blue line straight forward to the next turn point. So they are in a very good position now to continue racing very, very fast. So we can see that Jürgen Wenzel is in the first place, Carlos Roca second place, René Vidal third place, and Gosner is in the fourth place. Gosner is already at 5,400 meters too. So all of them have get the high altitudes that they needed to cross the gap and continue straight forward to the turn point, to the Inca Lake turn point. So let's see now what's going on in the backside of the competition. Nicolas Becerra, that decided to go by the east side of Olivares River, is at 3,700 meters right now. So we will see what happened with him if he is able or not to follow the ridge and get higher following the ridge. Phil Sterling has already crossed the Olivares River. He was flying east here and he crossed the Olivares River, and he has already decided to continue north by the west side of the Olivares River. Javier Gaude also, he has following the west side, so they will follow the track to the copper mine and then to Inca Lake. Ginta Sube is again back on the turn point. Let's see his altitude. He is at almost 2,600 meters, so he's in the same position as he was when he arrived by the first time to the turn point. So at that altitude, it will be very, very difficult for him to get higher. So we'll be spending a lot of time around the area without getting anything better. And let's see Alex Chanes. Alex Chanes is already at 3,000 meters and he has not decided yet to continue north. He's trying to get higher, probably around that area. And Nicolas Becerra, I see him now pointing south. So he's not in a good position now. Let's see his altitude is a little lower than before. Let's make a zoom to see here. No, it's happened to him the same as Phil Sterling. He tried to go by the ridges, and at this point, he was very uncomfortable and he decided to go back south. And so he will probably go to this area that I am showing, and he will cross the river, same as Phil Starley, to decide to go by the west side of the ridges. So Javier Gaude made the right decision. He decided at the first time he was flying at the turn point, the, the hot point of the Bronze Hill, and he decided just going by the west side, and now he's in the front of that group, flying north through the west side of the from the west side of Olivares River. And De La Rosa is already coming back to Vitacura, I think. Yes, he is at 1400 meters. I don't know if he is going to land in Vitacura or if he is going to try to make the task from zero. We will know that in the next minutes. Gintasube is still at the turn point. We will see later at what altitude he is. Phil Story and Alex Chanes are together at about 3,000 meters in in the north port of Colorado River. So they are right now moving north. They are moving north. Alex Chanes at 3,600 meters. So he got the hot spot finally here, and he is moving north by the west side of the river. And Phil Sterling is at 3,500 meters also, and he will move north by the same track of Alex Chanes. And let's see what's going on at the leaders of the group today. Okay, Jürgen Wenzel, René Vidal, and Carlos Roca, they already crossed the Inca Lake turn point, and Carlos Roca followed the ridge of the west side of the lake, and he is just crossing now the gate of Parva Hill. And the strategy of Wenzel and Vidal was going straight forward to the westerly ridge, following just the blue line of the track of today. So that's where the two alternatives that I mentioned before that were possible, and now we can see that Roca has made that strategy of going through the gate, and Vidal and Wenzel are following over the top of these ridges. So in a few minutes, we will see what strategy was better to continue north. And Gosner is still flying before arriving to the Inca Lake turn point. Let's see now on the next refresh what's going on. Okay, Gosner already made the turn point, and Jürgen Wenzel and Vidal are following straight forward, and Roca already crossed the gate, and he will go through the ridges, through these high ridges north. So probably what's Roca thinking is that he wants to be as high as possible before he arrived to the next turn point, because when you arrive to a square lake turn point, you have to be very high to go to the next one, which is Sobrante turn point, and go back. If you arrive to Sobrante turn point at low altitude, it will be very difficult to go back in a fast way. So if you get low here, you will have to cross, you will have to turn around this mountain and go by outside very low to get the next point, which is Rio Hidalgo. So what Carlos Roca is thinking is to get the higher ridges to arrive to the Square Lake, very high to go to Sobrante and come back to Square Lake to get these ridges here, which is the Guanacos Ridge, very high, and then he will cross straight forward to Rio Hidalgo, and then he is just in final glide to the last turn point. I think that that will be his strategy in trying to get these high ridges in the interior of the mountains here. Jürgen Wenzel, let's see then the altitudes of these different strategies. Jürgen Wenzel is at 4,200 meters right now. René Vidal is at 4,200 meters too. And Carlos Roca is at almost 4,500 meters. So Carlos Roca is about 250 meters higher than Jürgen Wenzel and René Vidal. And so we will see in the next minutes what strategy will be better to reach the next turn points. Thomas Hosner decided to follow the same strategy as Wenzel and Vidal, going straight forward through the blue line to the next turn point. Let's see what's going on in the second group of the competition. Nicolas Becerra, as I said, decided to cross the river, the Olivares River, doing the same as Phil Sturley. So he will try to get some more altitude on this area. He is already at 3,300 meters, so it's not bad. So he will get some higher around here and follow by the west side of the Olivares River going north. And Phil Sturley is already going north too, and Alex Chanes and Javier Gaude are flying north by the west side in the direction of the copper mine. The copper mine is around this area here, so they will follow that way and then going around to this area, passing through this turn point, which is Saladillo turn point, and then, as you can see, Saladillo turn point, and through these ridges here, they will cross to reach the Inca Lake. So it's obviously not the fastest way to go north, but since they were not able to go through the Olivares east, they will have to do that way back to the Inca Lake turn point. So, and De La Rosa is already back in Vitacura. Okay, I was just waiting a minute to confirm that Silverio de la Rosa is already back and landed in Vitacura. He abandoned the race after he couldn't get the necessary altitude at the bronze turn point. So that he left the turn point going west. I am showing now his track. He was west to downhill here to Vizcachas, which is this area, and then he went north through the San Ramon Ridge and then Vitacura. He is already landed, and so he abandoned the race today. And let's see what's going on with Gintas Sube. Gintas is still working at the turn point at the Bronze turn point at 2,500 meters. So as I told you, at that altitude, it's very, very difficult to get higher. So it was very critical today, the strategy at what altitude to arrive to the turn point to be able to continue in the race. He's still flying there, but and later we will see what's happening with him. So we have right now in the first group Carlos Roca, that is still flying on the east ridges of the mountains. He got the higher ridges of the mountains, and Vidal and Wenzel are flying this point here. I will show you. This is Rio Colorado. The Rio Colorado is this area here is where we have the Tordillo Hill, which is a very good hot point also to get higher. But Roca has decided just to follow the high ridges to continue north instead of flying the Tordillo ridges. So let's see the altitudes now. Carlos Roca is at 4,865. Jürgen Wenzel is at 4,400, and René Vidal is 400. So you can see that Roca is right now flying the higher part of the mountain at almost 4,900 meters. So he is about 500 meters higher than Vidal and Wenzel. And that was his strategy to try to arrive as high as possible to the next turn point to be able to get back to the good ridges on the high system. And Gosner, it seems that he followed a little west here, so he should be at 4,600 meters right now. He is getting higher around here before he will follow north. So we can see so far that Jürgen Wenzel continue in first place, René Vidal in second place, Carlos Roca in third place, but much higher than the others. So that will probably pay later what he is doing. Gosner in fourth place and following the group in the back. So Gaude in fifth place, Chanes 6, Phil Sterling 7. Nicolás Becerra 8, Ginter Sube 9, and De La Rosa already landed. So we can see now that Jürgen Bence, Vidal, and Roca are crossing that big valley that where we have that river. This is Rio Hidalgo River. And they just crossed the Colorado River in Los Andes, going north to the next turn point. So this is Colorado River here. They just cross Colorado River, and they have to cross the next ridge here, but they have enough altitude to cross the ridge to follow then to the next turn point. So they will follow the high ridges before crossing here and go to the next point. They have a long way yet to go there. This is about 25, 30 kilometers from the next turn point. And Thomas Gosner is about 15 kilometers in the back of Jürgen Wenzel. So we just got the refresh, and he's still about 12 kilometers now in the back of the leading group. He's the only one in the fourth place. There are no other pilots together with Gosner. And in the back now, in the back group, we have Gaude, Starley, and Chanes. They just are going into the copper mine area. And Nicolas Becerra, what's going on with him? Oh, Nicolas Becerra, he couldn't get the hot point here, and he is going west now, losing altitude. He is at 2,800 meters. So I don't know what's going to be his decision to continue north. But he is not doing very well on this area. And Gintas Sube, well, Gintas is just flying and flying around the turn point. So we will see later what's going on with Gintas. So in the leading group, let's see what's going on then with the leading group. Okay, we have now Roca, Vidal, and Wenzel very close each other. Crossing this is Rio Hidalgo, and this is the point where they will have to be back later. This is Rio Hidalgo turn point, and this is Rio Hidalgo River. So they have just crossed the Rio Hidalgo River. And this is a fight. They are all flying very close each other. You can see there, Roca, Wenzel, and Vidal. They are all together, but let's see the altitudes then. Roca is at 3,800 meters, so they accelerated a lot. They were flying a few minutes ago at 4,800 meters, and he is now 38, so he has accelerated. He is at 3,800 meters and 211 kilometers per hour. And René Vidal is at almost 3,800 meters too, and 211, same speed. And Jürgen Wenzel is also at 3,800 meters and 203 kilometers per hour. So the strategy that followed Carlos Roca in getting higher to be accelerating later, so he got in the back but higher, and so he was able to accelerate more, and now they are all three flying together. So both strategies gave us the same result. So let's follow very close what's going on with We will have a refresh right now. Thomas Gosner followed a different strategy following the ridges of Animita. And he will follow then the ridge after the Rio Hidalgo turn point. He will just cross there and he will follow these ridges to then make the same track of the the three pilots that are leading the group today. Okay, so Roca and Vidal, they follow the top of the ridge before crossing, and Jürgen Wenzel went straight forward there. So also we will have to see what strategy again is going to be better to cross the Tordillo River, which is this one, to enter into the Guanacos Ridge. This big ridge here, they will have to cross the deep Greek here to go to the next ridge, and then probably if they have a good thermal, they will fly the thermal before go to the turn point. It will depend at what altitude they arrive here, if they will have to fly something around here or they will go straight forward to the turn point. So we will see in the next refresh what's going on with them. Okay, all three together again on the top of the Guanacos Ridge. This is a very interesting. Hmm? Okay, so this is a very interesting race in the leading group. Carlos Roca, René Vidal, and Jürgen Wenzel fighting each other. They are flying very fast. And I have the information now also that Alex Chenes is coming back Vitacura, so he already abandoned to the, yes, he is already around Vitacura and he abandoned the race today. So we have two pilots already back in Vitacura. Nicolas Becerra, let's see what's going on with him. He's at 2,900 meters. Is not in a very good position. So we will see also in the next few minutes if he will continue in the race today or he will also abandon. So Gaude and Phil Starley are racing by the west side of the copper mine right now. Let's see their altitudes. Gaude is at 3,300 meters and Phil Starley at 3,000 meters. So they are still flying. They will have to have a hard work yet to arrive to the Inca Lake turn point. And so let's go back to the leading group. Okay, Gosner, as I said before, crossed the Animita gate. He went to the ridges in the north, and he is now following the same track of the three pilots in the leading group. Gosner is right now at 3,800 meters, very similar to the altitude the other ones had at that area. So let's concentrate now on the leading group. Yes, as I told before, when they got the Guanacos Ridge, they decided to, and they found there a hot spot very good, I think, because they are still flying there, trying to get more altitude. Let's see the altitudes right now. Roca is at 4,000. Yes, they remember that they got the ridge at 37. He is now 4,000. Jürgen Wenzel is 3,900, and Rene Vidal is at 4,000, the same as Roca. So they are very close each other. So now we have a goggle of 3 gliders flying the Guanacos thermal there. Okay, they left the thermal and they are now going to the next turn point. So let's see in a zoom what's going to happen during the next refresh. The next refresh should be the next turn point because they are at this moment 2 kilometers away from the turn point. So we will leave the screen there to see what happened with the next refresh. Okay, the next refresh is coming. So let's see what's happened with the square leg turn point. Okay, you can see this is the square lake. The name is because really is a square lake. And you can see that to go to the Sobrante, and they are not following on a straight line now. They just make the turn point and they continue now going north to the west side of the square lake before they go to the turn point, because what's going on is that they will have to follow this ridge that I am showing you now before they go to the turn point. It's not a straightforward line, it's just to follow these ridges. On top of these ridges probably is what they are going to do. So Gosner already arrived to the Guanacos Ridge, and let's see his altitude right now. He's at almost 3,600 meters. So he will have to fly there, the hot point that the other pilots were flying there before he leave. And let's see his track. It seems that he is not flying any hot point here. Oh yes, okay, he is flying around here. He is at 3,500, almost 3,600 meters, but he doesn't get the hot point yet. So he will try to get higher here, the same as the other pilots before he go to the Squirrel Lake turn point and continue to the next one. So he is still in his fourth place. Phil Starley and Javier Gaude are still going north, and Nicolas Becerra. Nicolas Becerra is still going north, but very low now. He's at 2,200 meters, so I don't really know if he's going to continue in the race or he will decide to come back to Vitacura. So let's go back to the leading group. Gosner is still flying the Guanacos Ridge, and in the leading group we have the three pilots flying the west ridge of Square Lake. They probably will have some hot point around here before they continue to mark the uh, next turn point. So we will see in the next refresh what's going on. Okay, so you can see now that they are still flying this hot point here, and we will just review their altitudes. Roca is almost 4,200, Jurgen Benzel is 4,000, and René Vidal 4,002. So Carlos Roca is the one in the best position right now on that hot point, flying 200 meters above the others. So in the next few minutes, we will see how they leave the hot point to go over the ridges to mark up the Sobrante turn point. Okay, sirs, I will say you goodbye for today. Remember, this is Alfonso Soto, the director of the contest. I will be with you tomorrow, and the transmission will be continued by Eduardo Ben, another very experienced pilot in this mountain. So he will tell you what will happen during the next minutes, going to the next turn point and going back south. Goodbye.
Okay, hello, my friends. This is Eduardo Böhm speaking. I'll be with you the next hour or so. Let's see what's happened in the last minutes. The three competitors of the top are near the turn point. René Vidal, Carlos Roca, and Jürgen Wenzel. And just behind them is Thomas Costa. Phil Sturley is still south of Los Andes. And the same applies for Javier Gaude. Nicolás Becerra seems to be returning to Vitacura. Alejandro Chanes has already landed. And Giantas Zube seems to be returning. I don't know. Let's go again to the top three. Almost at the turn point at El Sobrante. The three competitors, Vidal, Roca, and Wenzel, have already passed the turn point. And Thomas Costa is very close to do the same. So the three top save are heading to the Square Lagoon, heading east, probably to reach the Guanaco Ridge to head south. The next point is Rio Hidalgo, which is here. And seems that all three pilots will be past the Square Lagoon up to this ridge, and then fly south to Rio Hidalgo. Let's see what's happened. Phil Sturley and Javier Gaude are still south from Los Andes. It's hard to predict what they are going to do. So let us concentrate us with the four competitors on the top. Thomas Costa has now an altitude of 32,000. and Vidal, Wenzel, and Roca are probably gaining some altitude at the west of the Square Lagoon. Today was probably a similar day than yesterday. In Santiago, at least, it was very, very hot, as it happens all the week. Let's wait for the refresh. So last altitude from Jürgen Wenzel was almost 37,000. And let's see what's the altitude of René Vidal, which is almost the same, and from Roca, a bit higher, but not too much. So they are flying very close together. Thomas Kostner is now being part of that top 3 group, and now they all 4 are flying very close together. Now we've got the refresh, and Thomas is close to the Square Lagoon. As I said before, they are heading to this ridge, probably up to this point. Eventually, they may cross to the other ridge. Let's see what they decide. And if they get enough altitude, eventually in passing this area, this is just final glide to Termas de Colina, and then 3K, and the race would be over. Our friends Phil Sturley and from the UK and Javier Gaude from Argentina, they seem to be at the same area. No much change, and the same for Nicolas Becerra. So backdate transmission. We have now the three tops. They were probably eventually gaining some altitude here. Anyway, they cross, or René Vidal, excuse me, crossed to the next ridge. And let's see what are going to do both Carlos Roca and Jürgen Wenzel. René is now at 3,500. That means that he didn't take any additional altitude, and just continue heading south to the next point. René is about 15 to 20 kilometers to the next point, Rio Hidalgo. Rio means river, and the point is exactly over this small river in the Andes. So now we've got the refresh, and let's check the altitude of Jürgen Wenzel, which is now at 3.9. So he gained some altitude. Normally at that point where he was, there is a very good thermal. And probably Carlos Roca was doing the same. Yes, the altitude of Carlos is 3.8. So Carlos has selected the first alternative that I mentioned, that's to fly down over this ridge, and eventually he will jump from this point to the turn point. And Jürgen could do the same. So now we've got the refresh. Seems that they are now crossing directly to the point. And anyway, they are very tight together, still more or less at the same distance with René Vidal. Thomas Kostner is now behind about 10 kilometers from the top 3 at an altitude of 3,500. So for Philip Sturley and Javier Gaude, the situation seems to change a bit. Phil is heading to Inca Lake and trying to climb at these ridges that are located southwest from the point. The Inca Lake point, for those that know the region, is exactly over the international road to Argentina, which is identified in the card in the map with the number 60. And here's the border. Jürgen Wenzel is now very close to the turn point Rio Hidalgo, and Carlos Roca and René Vidal still very close to him. Thomas Kostner did the same as René Vidal. He crossed to the East Ridge, probably in order to keep the altitude. And let's see what's happened. So probably that all these 4 pilots will try to reach the Animita, which is located here. And once they reach that point, it's just a matter of speeding to the next point, which is Termas de Colina. So Jürgen is passing at the west, actually. And probably the other 2 are doing the same. Yes, it seems that there's 3 are doing exactly the same. Thomas Kostner still behind. And keeping more or less the altitude. In the meantime, Phil is almost at Inca Lake. And Javier Gaude is heading to that point. Let me check the altitude of Javier with almost 3.9. Phil is about 800 meters below, and that means it will be difficult for him to use the most appropriate route, which would be to fly this ridge, which is west from Laguna del Inca or Inca Lake, and pass through the gap of Cerro of Mount Parva. Let's see what's happened with the top 4. René is now a bit behind, of a couple of kilometers behind from Carlos Roca and Jürgen Wenzel. And after the last refresh, we see that Jürgen Wenzel is heading the group, followed by Carlos Roca and René Vidal. And Thomas is close to the turn point Rio Hidalgo, about 15 kilometers behind, at an altitude of 3.6, 3,600 meters. Jürgen Wenzel is having 3,300. Carlos Roca is a bit higher with 3,400. And René Vidal at 3,200. So in opposition, as I said before, they are not coming through the Animita, and they are coming through Piedras Blancas, another alternative. And for some reason, René Vidal is staying behind of the top 2 at the moment, Wenzel und Roca. So Thomas Kostner apparently decided for another strategy, and seems that he's heading to the ridge that ends up at this point where the anemometer is. Let's wait for the refresh and see what's happened. If he's got the right altitude, this Costner decision could be fundamental, and eventually he could reach a much better position to start the final glide to the next point, which is Termas de Colina. Let's see what's happened with Phil and Javier. So as I anticipate before, there was no chance for Phil to try to follow the ridge west from Laguna del Inca, which would be certainly a better way to go to the north, and he's now heading west. Javier has to go to the point, and he's just past the turn point Inca Lake, and is also heading west. Not sure if Nicolás Becerra and Giantas Zube are still in competition. Giantas is heading west through the Cajón del Maipo, which is a very long valley, very uncomfortable to fly low. And actually, I don't know where Nicolás Becerra is at this moment. Let's go to the next to the top four. So Costner has just passed the Anemita, but seems to be not a great altitude. Okay, it's got 3-4, and seems that René is stuck the west and at the west of the position of Thomas, and that Carlos Roca and Jürgen Wenzel are now crossing or heading the Democoen, meaning that they are not too high, because if not, they would probably came through these points more east. Yes, Jürgen has got 3-2, and René 2.6, and Carlos Roca almost 150 meters below Jürgen. So René last important meters, which will make will add difficulties to him for a quick return or a quick flight to the next point. So now we've got the refresh. Jürgen Wenzel and Carlos Roca still together. Now crossing the valley over the Aconcagua River, which is actually one of the main rivers of this region, in heading to Lagunas. Roca has got an altitude of 2,800 in Wenzel bit higher at 3,000. Seems that Thomas Costner is heading as well to Piedras Blancas. Although he's a bit higher than the top two. Phil Sturley in Javier Gaude still fighting to gain some altitude in order to get the next point, which is Laguna Cuadrada, this small square lagoon. This time a long distance to go. So René is crossing to the ridge of Democoin. That's the Mount Democoin, this point, and we call this point, which is another amount. We call it Democoin East. Carlos Roca and Jürgen Wenzel still together at the top, close to Lagunas. So let's check the individual tracks of both Jürgen Wenzel and Carlos Roca. We'll do the same for Carlos Roca. We're checking when they've passed the last turn point, Rio Hidalgo. Carlos Roca and Jürgen Wenzel did the same in opposition to Thomas Gosner, who did a bit different. And let's see if this is going to make a difference or not. Yeah, as I said before, he crossed to the Animita because he was probably a bit higher. So now Thomas is crossing from east of the Democoin, and probably he's just crossing the Aconcagua River. Back to Jürgen. So Jürgen already reached Lagunas and is flying all the west side of the ridge and heading to the next point, which is Termas de Colina. Let's check Carlos Roca. Very similar. As well, coming to Lagunas and flying the west hang, the west bridge, and let's check René Vidal. René doing more or less the same. And let's have a look to the overall picture. Costa is now behind René, and at the top is Jürgen with Carlos Roca about 5 kilometers behind him. Javier Gaude and Fils Early gaining some altitude to continue north. Phil has got an altitude of 3,400, and Javier Gaude, almost the same altitude. So both Carlos Roca and Jürgen Wenzel very close to Termas de Colina. I've just seen a plane that has landed, and it was Giantas Zube, which has abandoned the task. So unless I'm wrong, seems to be that we've got only 6 competitors at this moment that are still racing. Let's wait for the next refresh. The last altitude of Carlos Roca was 2.3, and Jürgen Wenzel altitude a bit higher, almost 2.5. So now Carlos Roca took a bit of advantage over Jürgen Wenzel. He's circa 5 kilometer from Jürgen, and about 12 to 15 kilometers to Termas de Colina. The name of Termas de Colina means a thermal bath. In once passing Termas de Colina and having the right altitude is just to continue to 3K, and afterwards with a current finish the task. Seems that Carlos Roca is speeding up to the next 2 points as usual. It is almost 6 o'clock, so it means that we are completing now 3 hours race. Javier and Phil Sturley are at the Demo Cohen. Javier already passed Demo Cohen, and Phil is almost at Demo Cohen East. Phil has got 3,100 meters, and Javier, it's about 350 meters higher. And they are fighting to get to the next point, which is certainly a good thing. So Roca is almost at the point, followed now with a bit larger distance than before by Jürgen. And behind them is René Vidal and Thomas Costa, unser Freund aus dem Südtirol. Roca has an altitude of 2,000 meters, so he's got the exact altitude to pass the last gate to our home valley, and to go to 3K and pass the final gate of Itacura. Jürgen has got 300 more meters. René is about the same altitude as Carlos Roca, and Thomas Costner, it's much higher, and I think there's too much altitude. This will not pay necessarily, but let's see what's happened. Okay, but we have to consider that Thomas is about at least 15 kilometers northeast from the point. Carlos just passed the turn point and probably is speeding at the indicated speed or a higher speed to 3K. Jürgen has also passed the point, and now you see that Thomas, having much more altitude than Vidal, seems to be at the third place, very close to the turn point Termas de Colina. So this will be exciting up to the last minute, I guess. So Carlos is definitely now at the top, followed by Jürgen Wenzel at, I calculate, about 7 kilometers. And Carlos is already passing the ridges of the barrier to the valley that communicates to our field. So he just need to mark the 3K point and he will be at Vitacura, winning again another task. So Thomas is now in the third place. Yes, about 1 kilometer ahead René Vidal. They both just crossed the turn point, Termas de Colina, and both are heading, like Jürgen, to the final point, 3K. So we are hearing already through the radio that Carlos Roca is very close and very close to win again. Let's wait for the refresh. And seems to be very clear who is the winner today in the second one. But the last, we just got the refresh. So Carlos Roca just passed 3K, followed by Jürgen Wenzel. And Thomas has taken some advantage over René Vidal. He's about 3 kilometers south from him, and could be then the third one. I mean, in the third place. So Carlos is again the winner. Jürgen is second. And let's wait last minutes to see who is the third. The last altitude of Thomas Costner was 1900. And the last measured altitude of René Vidal was 1700. So considering the delay that we've got in the transmission, I can tell you that Carlos Roca has just landed. So let's see what's happening with Thomas in the final approach to Vitacura. And I can hear him through the radio as well. So we have the first place for the stars today, Carlos Roca. The second place for Jürgen Wenzel. And now is almost, Thomas Kostner. So René, which was in the third place most of the race, lost that position, and he's getting the fourth place. Thomas Kostner is at this precise moment landing. And behind him is now arriving René Vidal. So now let's see what's happening with our two other friends in the north. Which at being almost quarter past 6, probably will be not quite easy to reach those points located in the north, which are Laguna Cuadrada, Sobrante, and Río Hidalgo. Let's understand what they are doing. So Phil has gained some altitude here at Democoen East, and now is heading to Piedras Blancas. That means the white stones or the white rocks. Since he doesn't got enough altitude to pass through the Animita, which would be this ridge that I'm showing here. And in the case of Javier, Javier is an altitude of 3,600, and let me understand what he's doing. No, he's behind Phil. And he is at the southern side of the river at Lagunas. Let's see if he continues fighting to get additional altitude and continues to the north. Now, what I would say was not correctly. He just passed the Mocón Este, and he is flying probably almost the same route as Phil Sturley. Not having enough altitude to get over the higher ridges, the strategy will probably to fly to Laguna Copin, northeast from the current point, which is up to this point. Normally here there are good thermals, and then fly this ridge, and ideally cross to this point, fly this ridge, and from this point to actually that's the point of Laguna Cuadrada. So making a summary, we've already got the 4 first competitors that completed the task. In the first place, Carlos Roca, followed by Jürgen Wenzel, Thomas Gostner, and Rene Vidal. And there are only two competitors left that are still racing to the north, which are Fürstürli and Javier Gaude. The rest of the competitors have does not complete the task, which are Alejandro Chanes, Silverio de la Rosa, Quintas Zube, and Nicolas Becerra. And a fifth competitor, Andrés Errázuriz, did not fly today. So Phil is now north from Copin at an altitude of a bit more than 3,000 meters, which is enough altitude to cross the valley to the next point or to the next ridge. So the options of Phil are as follows. Ideally is to get this point, and if he doesn't has got enough altitude, he will try to reach this point. And from here, he will either fly this ridge or go to eventually this point if it's not high enough, and then eventually continue to this ridge, which is also quite close to the point. Yeah. The problem anyway will be to reach Sobrante, which based on my experience at being 620, it will be not quite easy. But let's see what's happened. Let's check Javier. Let's check what Javier is doing. So the last altitude of Javier was 3,500. And it's not quite clear to me what's he going to do. In the meantime, Phil has already crossed this valley. We call this point Resguardo de los Patos, and he is heading north, trying to reach the next point, Laguna Cuadrada. So Javier definitely is now heading south, and that means that he is not trying to complete the task, unfortunately. And we will have then only one competitor trying to complete the task, and this is our friend Phil Sturley. Okay, Javier is now south from the Aconcagua River, heading to Lagunas and returning home. He's got enough altitude to come safe home. So now we will concentrate us in the sole competitor that's now in competition, which is Phil Sturley. Phil lost a bit of altitude since we checked, after we checked last time. And let's see what he's doing. Oh, hey, okay, he took the way at the west, which is through the Mount Morado Chico, the Little Morado, and to the Mount Morado. There is a gate here, and which is at about 2600, and which is not very comfortable when you're coming from the north and you have to pass that gate. If you don't pass that gate, it's a bit difficult to come home, and many of the pilots end up at this field that I'm showing now, which is about 50 or 60 kilometers from this point, and it's not very pleasant to go to that point. Not sure what Phil is going to do, if he is going to insist in marking the point, or if he will definitely abandon and return home. So the last altitude reported by the system is 2500. And let's check for the next refresh. Seems that Phil insists in going to the point, even though it's 6:30, and that he has a long way to go. So the altitude that is got is certainly not the best altitude, but he's still fighting. Now we are having a refresh. And hard to say what his decision is going to be. but his last reported altitude is 300 meters higher than before. Okay, my friends, I will repeat the achieved positions today. The first place, Carlos Roca. In the second place, Jürgen Wenzel. In the third place, Thomas Gostner. And in the fourth place, René Vidal. Phil Sturley still in competition. And the rest of the competitors already landed, with the exception of Javier Gaude, which is on the way to come home. We will leave the transmission up to this point. Thank you very much for hearing us. Good night.